Shabbat Shalom, and welcome back here to our virtual gathering in every Shabbat here at Light to the Nations. It's a blessing to have this opportunity once again to continue with the portion of the book of Isaiah. It has been such a blessing to the both of us, and we know and also we trust that it's been a blessing to you as well. So we want to welcome each one of you. We see many of you connected in the chat. We see Arthur and Cornelia from close to Manchester.
Yeah.
And
Nena,
we see Nena also from Sweden.
Yeah.
And most of you connected from the States.
Yeah.
It's always a blessing.
And we are so happy that all of you have been protected by the hand of our Abba, because we know that He's the one sending the storm, sending the winds whenever he needs to call some people to maybe calling through distress, maybe through some desperate times, but it's the human nature sometimes that in affliction we are going to look on Him. So and we have to always think that it's different ways that we are going to maybe know Him. So but we are so happy that all of you have been protected and that your dear ones too. And we are continue praying for those that are being affected.
We were so happy to know about Jimmy and Maria Isabel and from YaHuWaH, because we know that you live close by to the places that were affected by the hurricane. But we managed to get replies from the both of them. This week, and we were so happy to know that YaHuWaH has been protecting you, and also we see that you are in the chat, so it's a double blessing for us. So you are absolutely right, and as I saw in the chat, we need to trust in YaHuWaH in everything. And actually, since I was reading the chapter 51 of the portion today, there is a lot of things related to that in that chapter as well. Is that we need to trust in YaHuWaH all the time. We need to trust. We need to put our trust in Him, even in the middle of persecution, natural disasters. And as I saw Camila writing down in the chat, the only thing we can do when we are facing some difficulties is to go to Elohim, is to YaHuWaH.
Yeah, and He's going to be there with us, even though we have to face death. He's going to be with us, and the most difficult moment, He's going to transform in us in something different for us, where we are going to have and to reach that inner peace that only can be provided by Him.
Yes.
Yeah. The real peace, the real shalom.
That's true, even though that's sometimes difficult because we struggle with the things that are going around us. But it's the moment that we need to close our eyes and just to breathe and put our trust in YaHuWaH in order to find that the inner shalom that will help us and guide us through the Ruach on what we need to do with anything and everything that we are facing. And we need to, I always think in this way, is that we need to take in consideration everything we faced in our lives, especially everything that we are facing today, directly or indirectly, as a way to learn how to trust in YaHuWaH, a way to learn how to walk in His ways, and learn how to, let's say, how to behave spiritually, emotionally, and physically, being a children of Elohim, a child of Elohim.
And listen His instruction, because I remember in the video that Camila shared with us about this lady, that unfortunately she has to suffer the loss of her parents and his son, so it has been very difficult moment. But he heard the instruction of YaHuWaH telling her, don't fight, be still. And
don't fight with the water.
Yeah, don't fight with the water. And you're going to pass through this difficult time. And sometimes we need to hear what is His instruction, because sometimes we think maybe it's our natural condition to react and to do something. And sometimes we are going to cause more damage with our reaction instead of hearing what He has to say. And He's going to always say it. And I think that sometimes He's going to tell us, like she was hearing, you are going to go through this. She knew, but she also knew that her son was not going to make it. But she has the beautiful moment realizing that her son, was calling YaHuWaH, and at the most difficult moment that he could face. And I think that was a, I don't know, terrible and great and at the same time wonderful moment as a mother, knowing that they are going to call on the only name that we can call, YaHuWaH, the salvation of YaHuWaH. So that is what we have to have very clear, that even though we're grown-ups and that we maybe have a lot of humors, that little boy, we have to always have in mind that he is our only salvation, our only deliverance and the protection, even in the most difficult time.
Yeah, that was a beautiful testimony and a very sad one, you know.
Yeah.
It made us cry when we saw
Yeah,
that video.
we were crying.
Because we understand that maybe there's a lot of similar stories with people that suffered through this severe storm. And once again, I think we need to be so prepared for the times ahead. We see the news, what's going on in the world, and give us sometimes so much uncertainty of what's going to happen tomorrow, that all those uncertainties are feeding somehow fear within us. But we need to remain ourselves strong, knowing that, as you said, salvation is coming from above. That even though that we have to face difficulties, even though that we have to face, I don't know, terrible situations on the way, there is always this promise of salvation and eternal life in the kingdom. So, yep, we need to, I think that's why YaHuWaH said that, and those are the words that we always need to remember, is that we need to endure until the end. And endurance means that even though that the way could be easy, okay, we need to endure to make sure that we are going to get to final destination. And even if we find ourselves in a way that is not easy, and we find the difficulties, is when we need to endure even more, with more strength, in order to make sure that we are going to get to the final destination as well. So we are not the one deciding what we are going to encounter on the way. This is up to YaHuWaH in His wisdom, what we have to go through. What is up to us is that we need to put all the intensity, all the focus, all the attitude of our hearts in order to endure until the end through the different experiences that we have to face in life. That's the most important thing, and that's what is up to us, is to make sure that we are going to continue walking and moving forward despite anything we have to face, easy or difficult.
Yeah, and even this physical death could mean our salvation, because He knows the perfect time for us, for each of us. So He's going to take us when the time is ready for each of one of us.
Yes, and you know, I guess that, and I assume that most of you have been taking a look in the news, and we are so close to a full-scale war. This is something, is a kind of boiling water, is that it has been like that for so many years, but now we are reaching to a point that that this could escalate without any control. And we know that according to the scriptures and according to prophecy, this is exactly what has to happen. In order for the world to go through these severe changes that are somehow the things that needs to happen before the return of Mashiach. So this could happen at any moment. We were discussing the other day, if you remember, that Nobody knows the day and the hour. Even the disciples 2,000 years ago, they were so eager to understand, and they were asking directly, Yahushua, when all these things are going to happen. And the answer from Yahushua said, it's not up to you to know the times. Only the Father knows. But even though that we don't know exactly the times, as Shaul wrote about, we can understand the times and the seasons. And there is no doubt that we are living in the time and the seasons of the fulfillment of all of this. So at any time and any moment, things can go very bad. But this should not be, once again, and that's why I do believe that this portion today is touching this very same point. We should not fear what's coming. In the natural, we have the tendency maybe to fear, to be afraid. But we need to live in the spiritual and to look at things with the spiritual eyes and with the wisdom that YaHuWaH has put in each one of us through his Ruach, to understand that, certain things needs to happen. Natural disaster are part of what is written in the Word. Wars are part of what is written in the Word. Persecution is what is written in the Word that will happen in these last days. So having that understanding and that wisdom, in the natural, as I said, we can be afraid. But since we have that wisdom and that understanding, and most importantly, since we have the Ruach of Elohim guiding us in the truth and in the word of YaHuWaH, we should not be afraid. We should understand that this thing needs to happen in order for the scripture to be fulfilled. It's exactly as Mashiach was saying, and we see all over the place in the Brit Hadashah, in the New Testament, this written. This happened in order for the word to be fulfilled, that said, quoting something in the Tanakh. And we are living in a similar situation. All these things needs to happen in order for the word to be fulfilled, for the scripture to be fulfilled, that the prophet Yeshayahu and the prophet Yirmiyahu and the Tehillim said. We are living in those days as well. So we should, as we said at the beginning, we need to put our trust in YaHuWaH, even in the midst of difficulties, tribulations, and hard experiences, knowing that these things needs to happen, and this is an indication that our Melech, our Adon, Yahushua HaMashiach, our King, is at the door, and he is very soon to come. And this should give us more hope and more expectation that even though the things are going to escalate, even though the things will get, it could get even more difficult, that he is beside us and he is going to protect us. And he is going to be with us until the end of the world, because that was his promise. And he is not a man to lie. If he said that he's going to do something, he will do it. And that should be our hope and our expectation, and the reason that we put our trust in him. Okay? So, yes, Lillian is coughing a lot. She's still in recovery of this type of flu or some virus that attacked us last week. Yeah, I'm a bit better in my voice.
I don't have tonsils, so it's always more difficult for me to recover. But we're going in that direction.
Of course. So today, as we said, we are going to study the portion we titled Portion 92. And this is going from chapter 51 of the book Isaiah, Yeshayahu, until the end of chapter 53. And we have titled this portion in Hebrew is He'emin Lishmu'atenu, sorry. And the meaning of this is?
Who has believed our report.
Who has believed our report. And this is a beautiful passage, it's included in the chapter 53 that is speaking about Mashiach, that we're going to see the details. But also, as I said, there are the multiple promises in this portion that we will check in this study. Let's keep our brothers and sisters in our prayers. I know that many of you are keeping the feast, so Hasameach. So I hope that you are enjoying the feast of YaHuWaH. And we always have this hope in our hearts that soon, and more sooner than later, we are going to be all together, keeping the feast at the same time, enjoying being in person, and not only in person with us, is with everybody else. And most importantly, with Mashiach, keeping the feast and enjoying our hearts in the presence of YaHuWaH. So we really hope that you are enjoying, and we keep all of you in our prayers. So as I said, we are going to read 51 and 53, but as we always do, let me share this song with you before we begin, and then we will stride forward to the portion. So here we go.
אדוני, אלי תאמין שאול נפשי, חייתני מירדי בו. אדוני, אלי תאמין שאול נפשי, חייתני מירדי בו. זמרו לאדוני חסידיו, זמרו והודו לזכר קודשו, כי רגע באפו חיים ברצונו. בערב ילים בכי ולבוקר עינה, בערב ילים בכי ולבוקר עינה. ואני אמרתי ושלווית, בלמות לעולם. ואני אמרתי ושלווית, בלמות לעולם. כי רגע באפו חיים ברצונו. בערב ילים בכי ולבוקר עינה, בערב ילים בכי ולבוקר עינה, בערב ילים בכי ולבוקר עינה. הפכת מספדים למחולי, פיתחת עסקים ותעזרני שמחה, למען יזמרך חבוד ולא ידום, אדוני אלוהי לעולם עודקה. הפכת מספדים למחולי, פיתחת עסקים ותעזרני שמחה, למען יזמרך חבוד ולא ידום, אדוני אלוהי לעולם עודקה. בערב ילים בכי ולבוקר עינה, בערב ילים בכי ולבוקר עינה, בערב ילים בכי ולבוקר
That was a beautiful song and actually so connected to the portion today. And that's the Ruach always connecting dots. So let's pray. YaHuWaH Elohim, we want to give thanks to you once again for the opportunity you give us to have this virtual gathering, to have this time during your Shabbat, that where we have the intention, oh YaHuWaH, to study your word, and most importantly, to seek your face. YaHuWaH Elohim, is the desire of our heart to put our trust in you always, knowing that every time that we are under the shadow of your wings, we have nothing to fear, because you are the one protecting us. You are the one saving us through your mighty right hand, that is your Son, Yahushua. You are the one sustaining us and giving us life. We want to give thanks to you, YaHuWaH, because of everything that is going through our lives. Because any experience that we face is an opportunity you give us in order to strengthen our emunah, to strengthen our belief in you. Sometimes we fail, YaHuWaH, because as we were talking in the natural, sometimes we allowed fear to get into us. But you are so compassionate that with your Ruach, you are knocking in our hearts, in the door of our hearts, in order to make us remember you, remember your promises, and to remember that every time that we put our trust in you, everything will be all right, because you are the one in control of everything, O YaHuWaH Sebaot. In these times, Abba, that we are living, in these last days, is when we want to get closer to you, YaHuWaH, knowing that only in you there is expectation of life. That is only by the hand of Yahushua, our Adon, is where we find peace, when we have life, when we find hope, because He is the one coming and returning to the world, bringing your kingdom. He is the one that is going to establish your kingdom here on earth. And the only thing we want, the desire of our hearts, is to be considered worthy to stand before your Son, and to be allowed to get and to go through the gates of your New Jerusalem. We ask you, Abba, that you can forgive us, that you can forgive our transgressions, that you can help us to remove anything that is not allowing your presence to go through and fill us, that you can help us to remove anything from our houses, so we can be vessels, worthy vessels, for the dwelling of your Ruach HaKodesh within us. Guide us, Abba, in every step we have to take. Give us your strength in order to endure until the end, because we cannot do it by our own strength. The only way we can do this by your Ruach HaKodesh, O YaHuWaH. And in this moment, we ask you, Abba, that you can guide us every day of these times that we are living. You, in your wisdom, O YaHuWaH, decided to give us life in this generation. And we want to fulfill your purposes for our lives, because you saw something in each one of us. You saw something in this generation. And that something is your purpose and your will. By becoming your servants and bringing your light into this world that is full of darkness. Guide us, O YaHuWaH, to be that type of servant. Guide us, O YaHuWaH, so we are that light that is needed in these times, so we can lead many to your righteousness. Help us, Abba, not to be selfish. To the contrary, to be servants, following the example of your Son Yahushua. that he came to this world as a servant, setting an example for each one of us. So form his character within us so we can allow his life to be in us, so we can allow him to live through us, because that's going to be the only way that we're going to be able to be those servants, to be a light into the world, to endure until the end. I pray in this moment, YaHuWaH, asking for your compassion, to be poured down into your people in the four corners of the earth. I ask you, Abba, for those that are suffering in this time, that you can touch them with your hand, that you can supply to their needs. Those that suffer through the natural disasters, those that are suffering due to war, those that are suffering due to any type of disease, those that are suffering because of persecution and any type of tribulation or difficulties, that you can be with them, YaHuWaH, that you can touch their hearts in order to provide shalom, in order to provide wisdom on what they have to do, in order to provide a way out of their difficulties. And not asking only for your people. I'm also asking for those in need, for the poor, for the widow, for the orphans, that you can be with them and that your light can shine within them so they can understand in the midst of difficulties, that they can know you and they can acknowledge that everything becomes from you because you are the source of everything. Oh YaHuWaH, we invite you in this moment and we ask you, Abba, that your presence be with us, that you can speak through us and you can reveal in our hearts your truth. Open our eyes, oh YaHuWaH, and open our understanding so we can receive everything you want to teach us this day. We thank you, O YaHuWaH, with all our hearts, and we praise your name. And we pray to you in this moment with all our hearts, and we do it in the mighty name of your Son, Yahushua HaMashiach. Amen. Okay, so let's move on. Let's go to the book of Isaiah, chapter 51. If you have your scriptures, go ahead and open it in the chapter 51 of the book of Isaiah. And we'll do it as we did yesterday. I'm going to read the 51, but if you're not able to read the other ones, you just let me know and I will read the 53. Maybe I can do that. You read the 53. Okay? Okay, so it says the following, beginning on the verse 1, chapter 51. It says, "Listen to me, you who pursue righteousness, seeking YaHuWaH. Look to the rock you were hewn from, and to the hole of the pit you were dug from. Look to Abraham your father, and to Sarah who bore you. For he was alone when I called him, and I blessed him and increased him. For YaHuWaH shall comfort Zion. He shall comfort all her waste places. For he makes her wilderness like Eden, and her desert like the garden of YaHuWaH. Joy and gladness are found in it, thanksgiving and the voice of song. Listen to me, my people, and give ear to me, O my nation. For the Torah goes forth from me, and my right ruling is set as a light to the peoples. My righteousness is near, my deliverance shall go forth, and my arms judge peoples. Coastlands wait upon me, and for my arm they wait expectantly. Lift up your eyes to the heavens, and look on the earth beneath, For the heavens shall vanish like smoke, and the earth wear out like a garment, and those who dwell in it die as gnats. But my deliverance is forever, and my righteousness is not broken. Listen to me, you who know righteousness, a people in whose heart is my Torah. Do not fear the reproach of men, nor be afraid of the revilings. Let's keep it until there, and we can make some comments. Do you want to comment something before I go? Before you cough again?
Before I cough again. Now that I'm reading, I'm thinking about, because it says, look to the rock you were hewn from. And I will remember about that scripture, just like making a very weird connection that the altar cannot be made by a hewn stone. It should be whole stones. So I don't know what could be that difference. What could be the meaning of that?
In reference of the altar, I don't know. I think what I was looking here is that basically we know who is the rock.
Yeah, is YaHuWaH.
We are coming from that rock. It's basically because everything that he's saying about here is that he's speaking to a particular group of people. He's saying, listen to me, and this is so important because he's the source of everything. And it says, you who pursue righteousness. So what is interesting here is that it's not speaking to everyone. It's specifically for those that are pursuing righteousness. And what he's saying here is basically the righteous one. Those are the Sadiqim in Hebrew. And what is interesting is basically he's connecting pursuing righteousness is equal to seeking YaHuWaH. Seeking YaHuWaH is the same thing as pursuing righteousness because he's the source of righteousness. You were going to say something.
It could be something like being a hat with YaHuWaH. That maybe if we are being hewn from a place, but our other half is going to be make us complete, like make us one.
And the whole of the pit you were dug from, it could be, from my point of view, to have two meanings. First, that a pit is a kind of prison, that we were rescued from that place.
Yeah.
But a pit is also when you are digging a pit. And every time that you are digging in the soil, it could be also in order to find water. So,
or to maybe to put a seed.
Correct.
In order to have a grow plant.
So the important here is that the focus on the righteousness. So pursuing righteousness is equal to seeking YaHuWaH. And we need to understand what is righteousness. And we have been speaking about this many times. And I think the answer we have it here as well. As in the verse 7. Listen to me again. You who know righteousness. In this case, in the verse 1 is you who pursue righteousness. In the verse 7 is you who know righteousness. In the verse 1 is seeking YaHuWaH. And in the verse 7 is saying a people in whose heart is my Torah. So there is a direct connection between Torah and righteousness. So you who know righteousness, you are who pursue righteousness, now that you know righteousness. And why you know righteousness? Because the Torah is in your heart. And this is so in connection, in a direct connection with what Yahushua said, that we need to seek first the kingdom of heavens and his righteousness. That should be the priority of our lives. And this passage so far is so connected as well to what Yahushua was speaking in the book of Matthew, in the Mount of the Blessings. I want to go there. So it says in the verse 6, blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, because they shall be filled. So there is a blessing because of pursuing righteousness. And even he goes beyond saying, blessed are those persecuted for righteousness' sake, because theirs is the reign of heavens. So if we live according to the righteousness, if we seek righteousness, if we pursue righteousness, as it is written, it could be a reason for persecution. But even if it is a reason of persecution, it's a blessing for us to live according to the righteousness of the kingdom, because if we are being persecuted because of the righteousness of the kingdom, ours is the kingdom of heaven.
We have to put our focus, our eyes on the result, and not in the way. So the way, we know that it's going to be hard with difficulty and everything, but then what is waiting for us.
Yeah.
There is nobody else who can love us more. That is YaHuWaH, who knows that we are going to have a very difficult path. He's telling us, you're going to face this, that, and that. But remember, your end is going to be beautiful. You're going to be with me again.
Yeah.
So, wow.
So, in connection to speaking to the ones that are pursuing righteousness, he's giving an example. Look to Abraham, your father, and to Sarah, who bore you. For he was alone when I called him, and I blessed him and I increased him. So first he's pointing us out to Abraham, and for a specific reason, and I will share a passage that just for us to understand why he's setting Abraham as an example when he's speaking about righteousness. But what I find interesting is that this quote, for he was alone when I called him. And how we can understand that? Why YaHuWaH is mentioning or reminding us that Abraham was alone when he was called? I don't have an answer, and just an open discussion. What do you think?
That was, I don't remember right now the timing, but it was late after that he departed the way from Lot, being with Lot.
I think he's referring even before that, because he was called. When we read the Apocrypha, they were
when he was
running
taken
out,
and he was going out from his house, from his own house.
First, they were departing from Babylon. They went to close to Damascus. And then he departed from his family. He was called to go to leave his family.
And maybe it's also related to what he was doing at the beginning, that maybe he has this issue with his family because he has to somehow to face his father about what he was doing, even though he knows about YaHuWaH, his father, but his life was completely different. He was making and producing and selling idols.
Yes.
And he was standing against him. So I think that for him, maybe it was going against his own family. So it could be also that, like being alone. Maybe you are surrounded by different people, but then there is a moment that you are going to say, is this okay? Or should I do something different?
I do believe that this is beyond that. What I'm feeling is that though I agree with you, but I think it's pointing to something else, and is what we discussed at the beginning, before the beginning the portion, is that being alone is that it's a moment where we are not going to be able to rely in other person. We are alone. The only one that we can rely on is in YaHuWaH, if we know him. Because when we are surrounded by people, we have the natural tendency to ask for help and to rely and
maybe
to trust
advice
in another person, which is not bad in itself. That's why, he created Adam alone first, but then he brought Hawa and he created family. So we need to be close by to people. That's the natural. But as Yahushua was doing as well, he was isolating himself in order to have those moments of being alone with the Father. So what happened when we are surrounded by people? Because of a natural tendency, we try to rely and to trust more in people, forgetting him. In this case, Abraham, and maybe that was the reason that YaHuWaH told him to leave his father in order to, I don't know if to mature is the word that is coming to mind, but is to form his character. Is by looking himself being alone, and he's the one as the head with responsibility, is similar to what happened to Shlomo. Shlomo found himself being the king of Israel, and he was a young man, and he was somehow afraid because he didn't have the wisdom. And what Shlomo did, he wasn't alone, but he has the wisdom in order to trust in YaHuWaH and to seek him. So maybe this is exactly what he needed to do with Abraham, is to put him in isolation in order for him to develop, or for YaHuWaH to develop in him the character that the only one that he could trust is him. And the passage that I wanted to share is what is written in the book of Bereshit, Genesis chapter 18, verse 17 to 19. It's about why YaHuWaH is reminding us about Abraham when he's speaking about righteousness. And it says the following, 17 to 19. And YaHuWaH said, this is when YaHuWaH was speaking to him before destroying Sodom and Gomorrah. And YaHuWaH said, shall I hide from Abraham what I am doing? Since Abraham is certainly going to become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him. For I have known him, so that he commands his children and his household after him to guard the way of YaHuWaH, to do righteousness and right ruling, so that YaHuWaH brings to Abraham what he has spoken to him. So the heart of Abraham was to pursue righteousness, and not only for himself, is for the house that he was responsible of. And righteousness meaning to guard the way of YaHuWaH, to do, not only to think, to know or to think, is to do righteousness, and not only righteousness, right ruling. And what are the right rulings? The right rulings are the mishpatim. The mishpatim is how to rightly judge or rightly rule over the situations that we face in our day-to-day. And this thing is so important because of a next passage that we're going to see in this chapter. Okay, so Abraham is a good example of righteousness. That's why he's reminding us about him. Let's go back to the 51. So after saying that, it says, for YaHuWaH shall comfort Zion, he shall comfort all her waste places. And this is so beautiful, for he makes her wilderness like Eden, and her desert like the garden of YaHuWaH. Joy and gladness are found in it, thanksgiving and the voice of song. So what do you think on this?
That he's the one who can transform anything, making miracles. We cannot do that. We cannot transform something that is completely dry into in a garden if we don't have the resources. But he's the one providing everything. He's the one commanding the rain. He's the one making even places that they were, I don't know, so big and high, making like a complete plain after that. So
yeah, I think there are many things here in this passage that are beautiful in itself.
And
first,
it's talking about what it's going to do.
Exactly. I think what's going to happen in his land, he's going to transform completely the geography. The desert, the wilderness, he is going to become a garden. I think what YaHuWaH is going to do at the end is going to be so beautiful, is that, he put a curse on the earth because of the fall, that curse is going to be removed, meaning that, you know, everything will be as at the beginning. That's why it's going to be so beautiful. You are right by saying that he is the one doing everything. And he is, you know, it's part of his promise. This is a promise of YaHuWaH. It's a promise to Zion, equal to Jerusalem, what he's going to do in that piece of land, the promised land. But let me ask you something. In order for a wilderness to become a garden, what is needed in the physical? Water. It's living water. And then this is something that we should consider also in the spiritual.
Yeah.
Because this body is an earthly vessel, was created from dust, from the earth. So if this is a wilderness, this can become also like a Garden of Eden, the Garden of YaHuWaH. And that's why, you know, everything, all these points here in this chapter are so connected to the righteousness. Because, you know, in order for this soil, this earth, in reference to our bodies, can become the garden of YaHuWaH, we need the living waters, the Ruach HaKodesh. And the Ruach HaKodesh somehow connected to righteousness. And how we can understand this, if we go to the book of Psalms, Tehillim, chapter 1, it says the following: blessed, and it's it's beginning in the same way of the blessing of Yahushua in the month of the blessings. Blessed is the man who should not walk in the counsel of the wrong, and shall not stand in the path of sinners, and shall not sit in the seat of a scoffer. So he's pointing the two ways. And blessed are those that are not walking in the wide and broad path. Basically, blessed are the ones that are walking in the narrow path. But his delight is in the Torah of YaHuWaH, and he meditates in his Torah day and night. Again, the Torah written in the heart, those that pursue righteousness, that are now know righteousness, because the Torah is in their heart. For he, that man, that person, shall be as a tree planted by the rivers of water, that yields its fruit in its season, and whose leaf does not wither, and whatever he does prosper. So, isn't it a reference to a wilderness becoming a garden? I think it's a direct reference. So, if we are going through, or we feel ourselves that we are somehow dry, and we are like a wilderness, the only way to become a garden is by pursuing righteousness. If we pursue, and this is beautiful, because if we pursue righteousness, and pursue righteousness following the example of Abraham, is by doing righteousness in our lives, somehow the living water will come. And that living water will make us as a tree planted in those waters that yields its fruit in this season. And actually, we take a look in the chapter 51.
That's why willow is so important in Sukkot time.
Yes.
Willow is planted by the rivers. They are there. That's their preferred location. And if the water is missing because they close the river or something, they're going to die eventually. And the beautiful thing is that they provide some healings. That tree is where the aspirin was taken from. It was from that tree, all the healing properties that tree has. So
that's a beautiful thing. So it's saying that we become a garden, as we were reading in the chapter 1 of Tehillim. We are going to bear the fruits in its season. And when we connect this to the fruit of the Ruach, we see here, the connection in the 51.
Yeah.
Joy and gladness are found in it. Thanksgiving and the voice of song. He is going to transform our mourning into dancing, and the fruits of the Spirit are going to appear in due season.
Yeah.
It's not when we want, but if we continue doing righteousness and living in the righteousness of the kingdom as the first priority, we are going to bear those fruits of the Ruach. So I said that we need to take attention on the right rulings, because it said exactly here, listen to me, my people, and give ear to me, O my nation, for the Torah goes forth from me. And my right ruling, I said as a light to the people. So the right rulings are exactly the Mishpatim, the Mishpatim that we found in Torah. And we know that Yahushua said that he was being set as a light to the nations. We were reading this in a previous passage. He is the light of the world. He said that. But he also said that we are the light of the world. So we can connect perfectly with what we're seeing here. What do we need in order to become the light of the world, or light to the nations?
Also live in righteousness, also pursue that.
We need the Torah and live in righteousness. Because the right ruling, he has set as a light to the people. If we live in the righteousness of the kingdom, it means that the Ruach is with us. It means that the Torah is written in our heart. It means that we are practicing, putting in practice in our experience the Torah. And that immediately will set us as a light into the world. Through our actions, through our words, through the way that we live. So, and this what I found really interesting in this one is that everything that he's speaking about somehow is connected to the end times. Because he's speaking about this seeking righteousness, setting the examples, what it means to live in righteousness, and then immediately he set the stage on when he's speaking about the timing. And the timing is the time of the end. He's speaking about the great earthquake that is coming, that is going to remove the heavens, the sky is going to depart as a scroll, is written in the word. Many will die. But he's reinforcing the idea that my deliverance is forever, and my righteousness is not broken.
It's what is going to stand at the end.
Exactly. So for those that know righteousness, what is the advice for the end times? Because the stage is the end times.
Do not fear.
Do not fear. The first advice is that we need to seek righteousness. We need to live according to the righteousness of the kingdom. That should be our first priority. Is one of the most important prepping advice. And the second, do not fear the reproach of men, nor be afraid of the revilings. And I think this is exactly what YaHuWaH was speaking about when he said, do not fear those who kill the body, but are unable to kill the soul, the being. Rather fear him who is able to destroy both, in reference to Elohim. So, in addition to that, and let's go back to the book of Matthew. This is basically, do not fear the reproach of men, nor be afraid of the reviling. It's talking about persecution. And we just read in the book of Matthew, chapter 5, about, blessed are those persecuted for righteousness' sake, because there is the reign of the heavens. But he continues saying, YaHuWaH, blessed are you when they reproach and persecute you. Is exactly what we're reading in the book of Yeshayahu. And fourthly, say every wicked word against you for my sake. Rejoice. So we need to do the opposite of being afraid or to fear them. What is doing the opposite is to rejoice and be glad, because your reward in the heavens is great. And again, he's setting YaHuWaH using the same thing, he's setting an example. And what is the example of the prophets of old? For in this way they persecuted the prophets who were before you. So once again, and this is so important in the times that we are living, is that the most important advice is exactly what we see here, is not to be afraid, because we know righteousness. Righteousness is here. If we don't know righteousness, if we are not living according to righteousness, if we are doing our own will, we are going to be full of fear because we have nothing to expect for. But if we are really living in righteousness, in the righteousness of the kingdom, there's nothing to fear, because we know the expectation, we know the hope. And in the last few weeks, I have been telling you that, and this is something that YaHuWaH is doing with us, And I think most of you also are going through situations where YaHuWaH is refining us. We are going through a refinement process that sometimes, some days it's not easy, other days it's more bearable. But we need to, using the same example of the testimony that you were mentioning at the beginning, we need to remain still and to flow with the water, to allow him to guide us through the process, because he is going to guide us to reach the point when we're going to find salvation in the process of refinement. And when we are talking about refinement, and this is something I have been reinforcing in the last few weeks, is that the most important thing, and is so connected to righteousness, the most important thing in our heart is to make sure that we are in good terms in our relationship with Abba. That's the most important thing. The priority of our lives is that our relationship with YaHuWaH Elohim is healthy, is a healthy relationship. That there is nothing that is blocking our relationship with him. And if we see that is something that somehow is in the middle of our relationship, that is somehow stopping the way that we communicate with him, the way that we relate to him, is something that somehow is removing us from that relationship, is something that is not allowing us to be ahead with him, that should be the priority of our lives, to solve it and to resolve it. So we restore the relationship with Elohim. And this is something we need to do all the time. This should be the priority of our lives. And I think it's not coincidence that in this passage particularly, even though that is connected to the end times, but because we will see what else is coming for the end times in this passage, the first thing that he is talking, the first thing that he is pointing and highlighting is about righteousness. Because he's pointing righteousness as part of the end times, highlighting and reinforcing that this is the most important thing in these times that we are living. It's exactly the same words that I said a minute ago. Is that making sure that we are living according to his righteousness, because if we are doing so, our relationship with him, it will be in good terms and it's going to be a healthy relationship. If we are not pursuing righteousness, if we are not living in righteousness, if the Torah is not fully written in our hearts, most probably there's something that is damaging our relationship with Allah, and we need to do all our efforts in order to remove that something, in order to restore that relationship, because that's going to be the only hope that we'll have for the times that are coming. Okay? For a moth eats them like a garment, and a worm eats them like wool, but my righteousness is forever, and my deliverance to all generations. Is in reference of the people that the men that are reproached and the revilings and so on. You know what I found interesting looking into this passage, because I didn't understand about the moth. Let me point it out to a few references. The first one is the book of Hosea, chapter 5, verse 11 and 12. Just understand who is the moth. It says in the 11, Ephraim is oppressed, crushed in judgment, because he walked after the command when it pleased him. And this is so critical, because I'm gonna keep the 10 commandments, but this one, I'm not gonna keep it.
This is not so important.
This is not so important, the rest, I think are morally important,
I'm
but
going
the rest,
to leave it in my way.
Yes. The fourth commandment about the Shabbat, no, this was done away. No, it's not important.
I can take one day whenever I want.
Oh, this day I'm going to keep this commandment, but tomorrow I'm not going to keep it. So it's up to our decision, not at all. That is exactly what Ephraim was, the reason that Ephraim was oppressed and crushed, because they were doing exactly that. And what he's saying next, so I am to Ephraim like a moth. So who is like a moth?
YaHuWaH.
YaHuWaH. And to the house of YaHuWaH, Yehuda like a rottenness. So and actually there is another passage here. Let's go to Tehillim chapter 39. Verse 10 and 11. It says, "Turn aside your stroke from me. I am overcome by the blow of your hand. When you chastise man for crookedness with reproofs, you consume what he loves, like a moth. All men are but a breath." So again, reference of YaHuWaH judging. And there's another one, but we will keep it till there. Or maybe, no, let's take a look. Because I don't remember which one I saw that so beautiful. So it's, I think it's, it's Yeshayahu. Isaiah, thank you. And we're reading this last week. 50 verse 7 and 10. "And the Master YaHuWaH helps me, therefore I shall not be humiliated. So I have set my face like a flint, and I know that I am not put to shame. Near is he who declares me right," and that should be our expectation in these end times. Because near is at the door, Yahushua is at the door and is coming back. And he is the one who is going to declare us right if we pursue righteousness and live in righteousness. "Who would contend with me? Let us stand together. Who is my adversary? Let him come near me. See, the Master YaHuWaH helps me. Who could declare me wrong? See, all them wear out like a garment. A moth eats them. And who is the one? YaHuWaH. Who among you is fearing YaHuWaH, obeying the voice of his servant? That has walked in darkness and has no light. Let him trust in the name of YaHuWaH and lean upon his Elohim." Again, it's the same topic. Living according to his ways, living according to his righteousness, nothing to fear, because he is the one coming to declare us right, and he is the one that's basically is going to destroy the wrong. He's going to destroy evil. This is exactly what he's referring to when he's speaking about the moth and the worm. And that's why he's reinforcing later on, "But my righteousness is forever, and my deliverance to all generations." It says, "Awake, awake, put on strength, or arm of YaHuWaH. Awake as in the days of old, everlasting generation. Was it not you who cut Rahab apart and pierced the crocodile?" So, comments? No.
That the crocodile was not a crocodile.
It was not a crocodile. Exactly. So the first reference is like a calling out to the arm of YaHuWaH. Who is the arm of YaHuWaH? It's Yahushua. It's awake, awake. It's like a call for preparation.
Yeah.
Get ready. Yeah. Prepare yourself. It's the time for you to do the same thing you did in the past. So awake as in the days of old. Everlasting generations.
And Rahab, and it says, was it not you who cut Rahab apart? It could have been that moment when the earth was divided.
It's a different reference, and we will find the connection. Yes. Okay. So Rahab, the Hebrew word, the meaning is
white.
Proud.
Proud.
Pride.
Okay.
So, and we know what's the meaning of a pride to the eyes of YaHuWaH. And we have few references for that. So let's go to the first one. It's in the book of Job, chapter 26. And we will see the connection here. It's verse 12 and 13. It says, and this is one of the beautiful connection I was remembering. It says, "By his power," in reference to YaHuWaH, "by his power, he has calmed the sea." Who calmed the sea? Yahushua. "And by his understanding, he struck down Rahab. By his spirit, he adorned the heavens. His hand whirled the fleeing serpent." And this an important passage, you know. So, reference to Yahushua, okay? Rahab. And let's go to the book of Yeshayahu, because here we have a more direct connection in the chapter 30th. Verse 6 and 7, it says, "The message concerning the beasts of the south, through a land of trouble and distress, from which came the lioness and lion. Who is the lioness and lion? We were speaking about this portion in the past. It is a direct reference to Israel. And from what land of trouble and distress they came for?
Misraim,
Egypt. The other, and the fiery flying serpent.
The one that they encounter in the desert.
They convey their riches on the backs of young donkeys and their treasures on the helms of camels to an unprofitable people. Even Misraim, whose help is vain and empty. Therefore I have called her Rahab Hem Shebet. So
Yes, Rahab.
It's Misraim. It's a connection to Egypt. And if we take a look in the crocodile, you know, this coming from the word serpent or jackals. That was the way that was translated. And there's a multiple reference in the scripture, but I'm gonna refer only to two references in the book of Psalms, the book of Tehillim. Let's go to the chapter 74, and we will see how this is beautifully connected to understand who did all of this and why he's reminding this, because the same one that he did all of this is going to do it again in these times. So chapter 74, verse 12 to 14, it says, For Elohim is my sovereign from of old, working deliverance in the midst of the earth. You divided the sea by your might. You broke the heads of the sea serpents in the waters. You broke the heads of Leviathan in pieces. You made him food for the people living in the wilderness. So,
But it's not kosher.
I think that this is interesting because somehow, what event he's speaking about?
About the division.
The division of the Red Sea.
Yeah.
So he was the one dividing the sea, but also he's saying that he was the one broken the head of the sea serpent. That's the crocodile.
And that is in Bereshit. That is the prophecy.
And that's the prophecy in Bereshit, that the seed of the woman is going to be the one crushing the head of the serpent. So there is another reference in the chapter 91 of Tehillim, verse 11 to 14. It says, and this is a beautiful also connection. For he commands his messenger concerning you to guard you in all your ways. They bear you up in their hands, lest you dash your foot against stone. You remember who said that?
It was
the devil.
The devil, when he was tempting him.
He was fasting. YaHuWaH was fasting on the 40 days in the wilderness, and he was quoting this passage. So somehow this passage is connected to Mashiach as well. You tread upon lion and cobra, young lion and serpent you trample underfoot. And that serpent is again the crocodile that was translated in the book of Yeshayahu. Because he cleaves to me in love, therefore I deliver him, I set him on high, because he has known my name. And this is also beautifully connected to the same portion that we're reading, and we'll see in a moment. So YaHuWaH trampling the head of the serpent. So let's go back to the book of Yeshayahu, Isaiah. Because again, he's speaking about Rahab and the crocodile is reference of what happened is the Misraim, Egypt, and also the Red Sea. And actually he was bringing judgment over the idols of Egypt. It is written like that in Torah.
And I remember that the people, the Pharaoh from Egypt, they always have these scepters or the crown that they were using, and they have a snake in the hat that they were wearing.
Exactly.
So they work like connected with that.
So what we are trying to say is that unfortunately, I think they made a mistake in the translation because they put crocodile, and it's wrong because it
should have been serpent.
It should be serpent. It should be serpent, jackals, even dragon. Because this is a reference to the serpents. It's exactly what, as you said, is the promise from the very beginning. Is exactly what YaHuWaH did in Misraim, and we can confirm this. That is speaking about the first Exodus, because in the verse 10 it says, was it not you who dried up the sea, the waters of the great deep, who made the depths of the sea a way for the redeemed to pass over? So everything is connected to the first Exodus, and actually there is a promise from YaHuWaH, just to close this point, that is connecting all of the passages that I have been sharing, and this is the book of Luke, chapter 10, verse 18 to 20. What he says, YaHuWaH speaking to the disciples, and he said to them, I saw Satan falling out of the heavens as lightning. See, I give you the authority to trample on serpents and scorpions and over all the power of the enemy, and none at all shall hurt you. And I think this is so beautiful, because again, when we look into the whole chapter 51, if this is speaking about the end times righteousness, and he is reminding us that YaHuWaH was the one doing everything from all, and the Father is calling on him to awake and to be prepared, because he's going to do it again. And he was the one crushing the head of the serpent, and the same one that crushed the head of the serpent is giving us the authority in order to trample on serpents and scorpion and over all the power of the enemy, saying that nothing will hurt us. And what he's saying in the chapter 51, that we should not be afraid of the reviling of men. And when he's saying not be afraid, then he's reminding us everything that he did, and also reminding us that he gave us the authority in order to trample serpents. So if we are going to be facing situations in these end times, how we are not going to be afraid, because of the righteousness, because YaHuWaH did it in the past, and because YaHuWaH gave us the authority in order to trample the serpents. And because we know that he's coming back once again, but even though that we are being persecuted by righteousness' sake, we are going to inherit the kingdom of Yah. Because he set the examples in Abraham, in the servants of old, in the prophets, that even though that they were persecuted, they were being guided by YaHuWaH, and they are going to inherit the kingdom of Elohim. And he gave us the authority, especially in these times, in these end times, in order to trample the serpents in the same way that he did it. But he made an important comment at the end, after giving the authority. He said in the 20th, but do not rejoice in this. This is not the most important. I give you the authority, but don't rejoice in this. That's not important. That the Spirit, do not rejoice in this, that the Spirit is subject to you, but rather rejoice because your names have been written in the heavens. So we need to make sure that our names are written in the heavens. And how we make sure about that? By having the Torah
in our hearts.
In our hearts. And what is the Torah? The word, the living word. What is the living word? It's YaHuWaH. It's the Torah written in our hearts. Walking and living according to the righteousness of the kingdom. Okay? So let's go back. I have no more notes, so we are going to go faster.
Okay.
So let's continue. It says in the verse 11, and let the ransom of YaHuWaH return. Second Exodus. So all these promises and reminding us, making us to remember the first Exodus, is just to set the stage and set our mindset in preparation for the second Exodus. And they shall come to Zion with singing, because the living waters are in us, and we have the fruits of the Spirit, with everlasting joy on their heads. Let them attain joy and gladness. Sorrow and sighing shall flee away. And we are so much waiting for that time, right? In order to have the joy and to be walking all together, as we were saying at the beginning, in order to keep the feast of YaHuWaH with the same calendar, in the same timing, and with the same joy, all of us. I am he who comforts you. Who are you that you should be afraid of man that dies, and of the Son of Man who is made like grass? And you have forgotten YaHuWaH your Maker, who stretched out the heavens and laid the foundations of the earth, and you continually fear all the day because of the rage of the oppressor, as he has prepared to destroy. And what is the rage of the oppressor? Bowed, he hastens to be loosened, that he should not die in the pit, and that his breath should not fail. But I am YaHuWaH your Elohim, stirring up the sea, and its waves roar. YaHuWaH of hosts, Sebaot is his name. So all the message is we should not be afraid. Anything that will happen to the world, to the earth, it needs to happen in order for the scripture to be fulfilled. But that should not give us fear. It should give us expectation. It should give us joy. And the only way to do it is by having the righteousness here in our hearts and living according to the righteousness, not by knowing only, by knowing and doing both things. And I have put my words in your mouth, and with the shadow of my hand I have covered you, to plant the heavens and lay the foundations of the earth, and to say to Zion, you are my people. Awake, awake yourself. And this is a message for us. In the same way that he was asking and calling for the arm of YaHuWaH to be awake, now
to the people, to us.
it's to us. So we need to be awake. It's like the 10 virgins. We need to be awake in these times.
Ready.
And sometimes we are so asleep, all of us. We need to wake up. That's the only way that we are going to be prepared for what's coming. Rise up, of Jerusalem. You have drunk at the hand of YaHuWaH the cup of his wrath. You have drunk the dregs of the cup of reeling and drained it out. Of all the sons she bore, she has none to guide her. And of all the sons she has brought up, none is strengthening her hand. Both these are coming upon you. Who is sorry for you? Ruin and destruction, the scarcity of food and sword. How shall I comfort you? So, again, he's speaking about end times. There's a direct warning to Jerusalem, and it's a direct reference to cups. And we know that this is pointing to the book of Revelation and the cup that are going to fulfill and complete the wrath of Elohim. So there's no doubt that Jerusalem somehow is playing an important role, and I have been telling you that it's my belief that Jerusalem is Mystery Babylon. And we have two Babylon, and we were talking about that last week or the previous one. It's about the daughter of Babylon and mother Babylon. Mystery Babylon being Jerusalem, the daughter of Babylon, another city. So that's why, the reference of the cup of his wrath. It's just a matter for you to go and read the book of Revelation about the 7 cups of the wrath of Elohim in order to understand that this is exactly what's going to happen. And it is written, that when one of the messengers poured out one of the cup, destruction and judgment is coming over Babylon, the city. Okay? And also, here is talking about what is coming. And this is exactly what is in reference to the 4 horses and what Yahushua was speaking about wars, death, scarcity of food, and so on, destructions, ruin, could be natural disaster, earthquakes, and so on. This is exactly what Yahushua was speaking about. So it says in the verse 20, your sons have fainted. They lied at the head of all the streets, like a gazelle in a net. They are filled with the wrath of YaHuWaH, the rebuke of your Elohim. Therefore, please hear this, you afflicted and drunk, but not with wine. So these are speaking to Jerusalem, speaking to a woman, and we know Jerusalem is being referred as a woman in the scriptures, is a city, and he's saying that he is being afflicted but also drunk, but not with wine. So if it's not wine, he's drunk with what? She's drunk with what?
With something that is having her brain like possessed or something like that.
Yep.
She's not acting by herself.
Exactly. That's what alcohol does.
Yeah. It could be drugs. It could be, again, the way that we are living in these days.
So
entertainment. I don't know.
So I think the answer we have it here in the chapter 17 of the book of Revelation, and this is one of the evidences that it helping us to understand that the mystery Babylon is Jerusalem. So let's read it. It says, and one of the 7 messengers who had the 7 bowls of the cup of the wrath of Elohim came and spoke with me, saying to me, come, I shall show you the judgment of the great whore sitting on many waters, with whom the sovereigns of the earth committed whoring, and the inhabitants of the earth were made drunk with the wine of her whoring. So it's not saying yet that she's drunk. It's saying that she made drunk
to the rest.
The rest, okay? The inhabitants of the earth. And he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sitting on a scarlet beast, covered with names of blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns. And the woman was dressed in purple and scarlet, and adorned with gold and precious stones and pearls, holding in her hand a golden cup filled with abominations and the filthiness of her whoring, and upon her forehead a name written, a secret, Babel the Great, the mother of the whores and of the abominations of the earth. And here we have the answer. And I saw the woman drunk with what?
With the blood.
With the blood of the set apart ones, and with the blood of the witnesses of YaHuWaH. And having seen her, I greatly marveled. So this woman, Mystery Babylon, Jerusalem, is drunk with the blood of the Kadoshim, with the blood of the witnesses of YaHuWaH.
And is the result of all the abominations that we are seeing today.
Yes, but this is something different, because the abominations are in the golden cup that is in her hand. It's not saying that he's drinking of that. Most probably he's doing it. And because of drinking that, she became drunk because practicing abomination and killing the Kadoshim and the witnesses of YaHuWaH. So if we go back to Isaiah, this is exactly what Isaiah was revealed about in the last verses, because he's speaking about Jerusalem, he's speaking about the wrath coming, and he's speaking about you afflicted and drunk, but not with wine, with the blood of the Kadoshim. Thus said your master, YaHuWaH, and your Elohim, who pleads the cause of his people. See, I shall take out of your hand the cup of reeling, the dregs of the cup of my wrath. Never again shall you drink it. So destruction and wrath will come from above Jerusalem, as it is prophesied, but he will restore things. That's why we have the new Jerusalem. And I shall put it into the hands of those who afflict you, who have said to your being, bow down, and we pass over you, and you make your back like the ground, and as the street to walk over. You know, I think with everything that's going on in the Middle East, I think we are so close for this type of things to happen. Though, in my understanding, this is going to happen at the end. And I have been sharing this with you in the past. I do believe that the first judgment will come over the daughter of Babylon. That's going to be the first judgment, and that will trigger all the changes that will come over the world, and the system of the beast taking public control over the world. And Jerusalem is going to be, in a centerpiece during the kingdom of the beast here on earth. And I think we are so close to that thing to happen. But what's going to happen at the end is going to be the destruction of Jerusalem, as it is written, if we understand that Jerusalem is Mystery Babylon. Okay. Any additional comment here from your side? No? You want me to read the 52? You can read the 53.
Yeah.
So in the chapter 52, it says, awake, awake. Once again, a call for waking up. Awake, awake, put on your strength, O Zion. Put on your garments of splendor, O Jerusalem, the set-apart city. For no more do the uncircumcised and the unclean come into you. And this is also a direct reference to the promise that we see about the New Jerusalem in the book of Revelation, that nothing unclean,
nothing that is not pure,
will go into the city through the gates of the city. That's why, the first call in the 51 is a call for righteousness. Those who pursue righteousness, those are the ones that are going to be protected. Those are the ones that are going to be clean enough in order to be part of the set apart city. Shake yourself from the dust, arise, and sit down, O Jerusalem. Loose yourself from the bones of your neck, O captive daughter of Zion. And yesterday, when it was? Yeah, this lady that we were, this Lebanese lady, she was saying about Jerusalem. Jerusalem has been in bondage for so many years. Jerusalem wasn't in bondage. The last time that wasn't in bondage, ¿quieres agua? Is during the kings of Israel. But after Babylon was always in bondage till now. During the time of Mashiach was under bondage of the Romans. So that's why, lose yourself from the bones of your neck, O captive daughter of Zion has been in captivity for so long. That's why YaHuWaH is going to bring destruction in order to deliver her at the end. For that said YaHuWaH, you have been sold for naught, and you are redeemed not with silver. For that said the Master YaHuWaH, at first my people went down into Mizraim to sojourn there, and Ashur oppressed them without cause. And now, what have I here, declares YaHuWaH, that my people are taken away for naught? Those who rule over them make them wail, declares YaHuWaH, and my name is despised all day continually. Therefore my people shall know my name in that day, for I am the one who is speaking. See, it is I. So the revelation of his name, and I think this is something that has begun in the last decades, maybe more strongly, a revelation of his name, and he's saying that his people is going to know his name. And if you remember one of the passages that I was reading in the book of the Tehillim when we're looking about the serpent, in reference of Mashiach, that saying that Mashiach, because you know my name. And Mashiach said, when he was praying for his disciple, I have revealed your name to them. So it's so beautiful, because when we start connecting the dots, everything is so connected, especially in these end times. And we see, most of the things that we are reading here in this chapter 51 and 52 is something that is being fulfilled or already, or is being fulfilled in front of our eyes. This is exactly what's going on. The stage is prepared for everything that needs to happen with Jerusalem. The stage is prepared for persecution that is coming, because we know how the world is behaving against those who believe. Yesterday we were taking a look in this speech as well, in the different stages of Christianity, and how the world has gone against Christianity. And when we talk about Christianity, somehow this is also including us, that we believe in the scriptures and we believe in the Mashiach. Is that, there's a persecution going on, maybe a silent persecution. It's not a hard persecution yet, but I think the stage is prepared for that to happen. There are people that believe that the tribulation already started now on the 2nd of October. Other believes that, the tribulation or the rapture will happen in the 9th of October. We don't know. What we know is that the signs are there. We know that we are living in the season that things will happen. So this passage and this portion for me is a direct warning from YaHuWaH. Is what should be our attitude, what we have to do in these times. And again, I'm sorry to be repetitive, but I think it's important. The most important thing for us in this time is to seek the righteousness. That's why YaHuWaH is starting with this one. Seek righteousness. I have given you authority. Do not be afraid. I am with you if you are with me. So we need to make sure that we are with him. If we are not with him, we are going to be full of fear because things already are there. And his name has been despised all day continually because they have been covered his name for so much time. But he is declaring his name. My people shall know my name. And maybe we have different pronunciations. Maybe we don't know yet exactly how to say it. Maybe we say it differently, but we know that he has a name. And we are doing the most of our efforts in order to kadosh his name by saying it in the best way we can. And this is part of the fulfillment of what is written here, because he's revealing his name to us. And that's why it's so important, because his people shall know his name. If we are his people, we should know his name. For I am the one who is speaking. See, it is I. How pleasant upon the mountains are the feet of him who brings good news, who proclaims peace, who brings good news, who proclaims deliverance, who says to Zion, your Elohim reigns. And we know that this is also a reference to Mashiach, but it's also a reference to us. We should be the one also bringing the good news, to proclaim deliverance. Sometimes we proclaim fear. And actually what we should proclaim is good news and deliverance. We know that, judgment is part of the plan of YaHuWaH, the restoration, the plan of restoration of YaHuWaH. But what Yahushua did, he brought the good news of the kingdom of Elohim. He brought the good news of deliverance and expectation. This is exactly what the people, in the world, in this generation, needs to hear. People are so confused, and they are with the desperation in the heart of lack of hope. And what they need to hear is exactly the hope that is coming by the hand of Yahushua, and the hope that is coming by him by bringing the kingdom of heaven here on earth. And this is exactly what is written here. The voice of your watchmen, they shall lift up their voices together, they shout for joy, because eye to eye they see the return of YaHuWaH to Zion. And when I was reading this, I remember when the Yahushua was entering Jerusalem. I think that was the feeling, seeing Mashiach returning to Zion. And that's going to be exactly the same feeling when we see coming on the clouds to return to the earth. So and also, for me, this is a confirmation that YaHuWaH was not in Jerusalem during the Second Temple. Most probably the Ark of the Covenant wasn't there. So it's like, even Jews today said that when they pray in the Western world, is that this is the closer place to the Holy of Holies. But the presence of YaHuWaH is not there. He will return to that place.
Yeah, someday.
He will return with Yahushua returning. Pray forth into joy. Sing together, you waste places of Jerusalem. For YaHuWaH shall comfort his people. He shall redeem Jerusalem. YaHuWaH shall lay bare his set-apart arm in the eyes of all the nations. And all the ends of the earth shall see the deliverance of our Elohim. And this is, for me, is a direct connection that, every eye will see him coming on the clouds. It says, in the eyes of all the nations, they will see the arm, the set-apart arm of YaHuWaH. Everyone in the four corners of the earth shall see the deliverance of Elohim coming in Yahushua HaMashiach.
So that means that everybody is going to be somehow in suffering. So if everybody's going to see deliverance, It's because everybody who is there needs to be under that tribulation somehow.
Turn aside, come out from there, touch not the unclean, come out of her midst, be clean, you who bear the vessels of YaHuWaH. And this again a connection to Babylon.
Yeah.
It was the same calling on daughter of Babylon to come out of her, not to touch the unclean, because we need to keep clean. And who are the one bearing the vessels of YaHuWaH? It could be a reference to the Kohanim, but we are part of the Kohanim, a set apart nation, a priesthood to Elohim. What is a vessel? This is a vessel of YaHuWaH that needs to keep. We need to keep it clean. It's our responsibility as a priest of this one, not the high priest, because the high priest is Yahushua, but we are priests that are being responsible of keeping this tent clean, set apart, Kodesh. So that's why we need to come out of her. We need to keep this vessel clean because it's a vessel of YaHuWaH. For you should not come out in haste, nor go in flight, for YaHuWaH is going before you, and the Elohim of Israel is your rear guard. See, my servant shall work wisely. He shall be exalted and lifted up and very high. It's a reference to Mashiach. As many were astonished at you, so the disfigurement beyond any man's and his form beyond the sons of men, he shall likewise startle many nations. Sovereigns shut their mouth at him, for what had not been recounted to them, they shall see, and what they had not heard, they shall understand. And you know, this is, I think, is a reference, a direct reference that everyone should be so shocked to realize that everything that they have read and everything that they have read, and maybe everything that they have been mocking about, is a reality.
And it was true all the time. True.
Exactly. So can you imagine the Jews that they have been rejecting Mashiach when they realized that Yahushua really was the Mashiach? I think it's exactly that is what's going to happen, is the reaction of people. It's going to be a beautiful day.
It's going to be a moment to see all the people who denied YaHuWaH, that they are not going to have any more option.
Yes.
To accept.
And that's why, again, YaHuWaH is so compassionate, is that he's always knocking the door of our hearts in order to give us the opportunity to be part of his group. Be a Sadiq, part of the Sadokim, or the Sadikim, a righteous one. Because if we are walking and living in righteousness with everything we have been reading, especially in these end times, we're going to be the ones that are going to be with the white dress, the linen one, together with Mashiach. We are not going to be in shock. We are going to be full of joy, because finally everything we have been expecting for is becoming a reality in front of our eyes. Yeah. It's going to be a beautiful day. So you want to read this one? Are you okay to read it?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Who has believed our report, and to whom was the arm of YaHuWaH revealed? For he grew up before him as a tender plant, and as a root out of dry ground. He has no form or splendor that we should look upon him, nor appearance that we should desire him. Now remember, it was a prophecy that it says that it described him that it was different, like when David was, Shaul was chosen, that everybody was looking for his height and everything. Mashiach was going to be different. Despised and rejected by men, a man of pains and knowing sickness, and as one from whom the face is hidden, being despised, and we did not consider him. Truly he has borne our sicknesses and carried our pains, yet we reckon him smitten, stricken by Elohim, and afflicted. But he was pierced for our transgressions, he was crushed for our crookedness. The chastisement for our peace was upon him, and by his stripes we are healed. We all, like sheep, went astray. each one of us has turned to his own way, and YaHuWaH has laid on him the crookedness of us all. He was oppressed and he was afflicted, but he did not open his mouth. He was led as a lamb to the slaughter, and as a sheep before its shearers in silence, but he did not open his mouth. He was taken from prison and from judgment. And as for his generation, who considered that he shall be cut off from the land of the living? For the transgression of my people he was stricken. And he was appointed a burial site with the wrong and with the rich at his death, because he had done no violence, nor was deceit in his mouth. But YaHuWaH was pleased to crush him. He laid sickness on him, that when he made himself an offering for guilt, he would see a seed. He would prolong his days, and the pleasure of YaHuWaH prosper in his hand. He would see the result of the suffering of his life and be satisfied. Through his knowledge, my righteous servant make many righteous, and he bears the crookedness. Therefore I give him a portion among the great, and he divides the spoil with the strong, because he poured out his being unto death, and he was counted with the transgressors, and he bore the sin of many, and made intercession for the transgressors.
There's a beautiful passage that is speaking by itself.
Yeah.
No, when we read what YaHuWaH did, it's a kind of copy paste.
All of his life. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. All his
So
life.
I saw the comment from DDK, and this yes, it's true. It was a question, and this is the forbidden passage in Israel. Yes, it's being called the forbidden passage, and Jews, Orthodox Jews, usually they are reading mainly from the Mishnah and the Talmud. Mm-hmm. They're not reading directly on the Tanakh. And they are skipping in the readings. They are skipping this passage. They're not reading it in the Haftarah.
But it's so beautiful when all these Messianic Jews and all the people who has been converted, and they read this to the people in Israel without because they make them read by themselves. Yeah. And they always ask the question, well, who do you imagine that is the person who fit this description? They always said YaHuWaH. Mm-hmm. They always said, even though they have something inside, they confess with their mouth. And some of them are converted after that.
Something that I find so beautiful is that the verse 11. Everything is beautiful, but this part is so beautiful, this phrase. He would see the result of the suffering of his life and be satisfied. And for sure, with his knowledge, I think he was able to foresee
the
end result. That's what gave him strength to endure till the end. But I think this is going to become a reality now in the end times. When he see yes, let's think for a moment.
Yeah, because there was like a vision.
Yes, try to put ourselves in the shoes of Mashiach, that he's coming on the cloud, and he see, this generation that is already gathered, and also the Kadoshim that are going to be resurrected from all ages, meeting with him on the earth. He is going to be able to see it physically. The result that is written here, the result of the suffering of his life, he will see the result with his own eyes at the moment of the resurrection, at the moment that he's coming back. He's going to be able to see with his own eyes. And that's why it said, and he will be satisfied. Everything has been fulfilled. All is done. Now I see the result. And I think this is something, every time that we are able to achieve something that is difficult, we feel, we have a feeling so so huge within us of satisfaction, of joy, and so on. Can you imagine what he's going to feel? Because he feels like we feel. The joy, and the satisfaction that is going to be like, chest is going to be small to contain all that feeling and that emotion.
And it's funny because usually the satisfaction is
contagious.
And also it's contagious, but it's like in the inverse, how do you say, proporcionalmente inverso, is
proportionally inverse,
or the opposite in amount to the amount of suffering or the effort that you have to make. When you have things like granted, like everything is for free, you're not going to appreciate that. When you are really putting all your effort in something and you see what it was, the result, wow, that is something that is really, I don't know, build your heart. So
exactly. Yeah. So I think we don't need to go into the details because it's so clearly described everything that YaHuWaH did for us. That should give us even more hope and more expectation, because he was set as the example for us to endure until the end. It should give us more the eagerness to move forward, because of all the suffering and everything he had done for us, because he put himself instead of us. He bear all the crookedness of the entire world upon himself in order to give us an opportunity, in order to give us the opportunity to be considered righteous. Because it is written there that because of his wisdom, he will make righteous many righteous, my righteous servant. So that should give us, the humility, give us a humble heart in order to push forward, in order to make sure that we are doing everything in our hands in order to be considered worthy of this gift, because what is written here is a gift that we don't deserve.
Yeah.
And he gave us this free gift in order to give us an opportunity to be part of his plan and a part of his kingdom. So what we do with a free gift, sometimes we despise a free gift. We don't consider the value. But we should not do this with this amazing gift, because it's a lifetime gift. It's something that is the door that YaHuWaH opened in order to give us an opportunity to return and to be redeemed. When we were reading in the previous chapter, awake, because the redeemed are coming and returning. I want to be part of those redeemed that are returning. But the only way to do it is by accepting this free gift, acknowledging this free gift that YaHuWaH gave his own life for us in order to give us this opportunity to be part of the redeemed. And one of the things, just to close the circle, let me put the other camera here, is that by accepting and acknowledging this free gift, it should motivate us enough in order to walk in righteousness. Because if we don't walk in righteousness, somehow we are also despising this free gift that we were reading about the offering of Mashiach. That's why YaHuWaH is always reminding us, righteousness, pursue righteousness, seek YaHuWaH. You know righteousness. I already gave you the opportunity to become Tzaddik through the offering of Mashiach. So now is the time, in the end times, that is most important than ever to walk in that righteousness, in the righteousness of the kingdom. So, and I think this is becoming so relevant because, as we were discussing at the beginning, when a natural disaster is coming, or what we were talking the other day, can you imagine we are in the middle of a big war? Where we are going to escape? What we are going to do? Maybe we have been preparing ourselves for the worst case scenario, storing food or whatever. Is it going to be enough? I don't think so. You know, an earthquake in our case can come, a tornado can come, and can take everything away. Years of preparation.
We have to be ready for the day that we're going to be taken and be in the presence of our Creator.
I'm not saying that we should not be
take measures,
taking measures and prepare ourselves in the best way possible. But we should not lose the focus that the most important preparation is the preparation within us. It's our preparation, is to be prepared spiritually and physically. And this is something that, as said last week, we cannot separate the physical from the spiritual. He created us echad, physical and spiritual. Everything we do in the natural, in the physical, will have an impact in the spiritual. Everything we do in the spiritual, we have an impact in the physical. So we need to be prepared, and that's why righteousness, right ruling, mishpatim are some things that we do in the physical, but has an impact in the spiritual because it's connected to Torah. So it's our relationship with Allah, is knowing righteousness, but doing righteousness, behaving as a child of Elohim, behaving and acting and doing what YaHuWaH, our Father, is teaching us. Because in that way, His light is going to shine in us. We are going to be able to be a banner and an example for the peoples that are around us, fulfilling what is written in the book of Daniel that I think we read it about last week, leading many to righteousness, because we are walking in righteousness. How we are going to be able to lead somebody in righteousness if we are not, maybe we know righteousness, but we are not living according to it. We need to live according to righteousness, knowing righteousness and living according to righteousness. That's the way, and that's the best preparation we have to do in these times that we are living. Having said that, I have no more comments. You? Something else you want to share beside the coffins and so on? Just kidding.
Well, it was calling my attention that because it says in the verse 6, we all like sheep went astray. Each one of us has turned to his own way. And that is the reality. There's nobody who can say, no, I don't need him. Everybody needs him. So, and he said that YaHuWaH has laid on him the crookedness of us all. So when we think about his person, his sacrifice, what he has to endure is everything that we have done in our past and everything that maybe we are still making mistakes today. So every time that we are going to act, we need to ask him for his guidance, so we are not adding more suffering to what he has to endure. And it's not only something that in the past happened, it's also something that is happening right now, because YaHuWaH is suffering, seeing that all his creation, the earth and his children, are suffering because they don't want to listen, they don't want to see. And I think that, like any father, he doesn't want to see his children suffering. He wants help. He wants to provide that help and to avoid any kind of suffering to us. So we just need to obey and listen to his voice. Going close to our Heavenly Father, our Dad, our Creator, and he's the only one who is going to tell us, yeah, this is the right way. What you're doing is okay. Oh, no, you need to improve this and to improve that. He's the one who is going to do it.
Good, beautiful words. I think it's a beautiful way to finish the portion today. As I said at the beginning, I think this is so connected and it's preparing word, the preparing portion for the times we are living and the times ahead. So let's listen, It's exactly listen to me, my people, those who pursue righteousness. We need to listen to his voice.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing. But not only listening, we need to do.
Yeah.
We can fill ourselves with so much knowledge, but the knowledge alone is useless. We need to use that knowledge
It's like a
to
muscle.
put it in practice.
You don't have the muscle there just because he wants us to have that muscle. You need to train it, to work on that. So
Yes.
that is the way that it is going to be strong and can carry more weight.
Correct.
And if needed, to defend yourself. I don't know.
So we need to listen to his voice and we need to do according to his advices and his ways. Okay? So having said that, we keep it until here. It's been a blessing like always.
Yeah.
We hope, as I said at the beginning, that this is also bringing blessings to you. Keep everybody in your prayers with the times ahead.
Yeah.
As I said, that's our uncertain. But those that we believe in YaHuWaH, we believe in YaHuWaH, in the Word, there's not uncertainty. There is hope. So maybe for the world there is uncertainty, but we need to enjoy the way. We need to live day by day, being grateful in our hearts for the experiences that YaHuWaH is bringing to our lives, being grateful for the opportunity to be alive, and most importantly, being grateful for being a child of Elohim, for having the opportunity to be part of his people, and that should give us the strength to endure until the end in order to be able to cross and go through the gates, because this is what we are aiming for, is that to go through the gates into the city. And in order to do that, we need to be righteous, we need to be clean, we need to keep our vessels clean. And in that way, the living waters that we were discussing at the beginning are going to appear and it's going to produce fruit, and we are going to be that vessel that is worthy for the presence of YaHuWaH. So keep praying for everyone and keep enjoying the feast in case you are keeping the feast and this week. And we hope to see you next week if that's the willing of YaHuWaH.
Yeah. And enjoy the rest of the Shabbat, the company of YaHuWaH. Is the moment that he's closer to us than the whole week.
And keep praying for Lydian for all these things that is going on in his her throat is going away. You need to follow the recipe from Marie Isabel. I saw something there going on, the honey and garlic.
And I'm expecting for the new body with tonsils again and nothing be removed when we were young and doing some stupid things in our lives.
Okay. So thank you so much. Shabbat Shalom. YaHuWaH be with you all, and hope to see you next week. Bye-bye.
לנו את הקולים